Hello, there we go. Oh my goodness, what a weird start. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Gonna be working on a couple sections first, and then we're gonna move to the large diamond painting pens, and then we'll come back to working on fountain pens. That is the plan today. What in the heck? There we go. What have they done with chat, man? What have they done? Here. Alright, well, it should iron itself out. If not, well, we tried. Alright, working, let me fix the view right quick. Working on, there we go. Perfect. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that'll like smooth out. We got some not great weather, but it shouldn't matter because we got it hard lined. Oh well. Boom. And we're going to tilt this up just a tad. That's good. All right. Hope everybody's doing well. Had a good Thanksgiving. It's been since then, since I had a stream. Or since, I guess a little bit before then, but yeah. Pretty good. Went up to the mountains. Thought about bringing my lathe up there. As you may know, I recently acquired another new lathe, which is new to me. It was a used one, but somebody only used it like, I don't know, somewhere like less than 10 pins it seems, and he had it for a couple years. Yeah, ended up switching that one that Abby was using. It's the exact same lathe too, which is kind of interesting. But and it wasn't the lathe that he was trying to get rid of, it was the potential accidents that he was going to have. He hit his knuckle or something and thought he broke his hand or something along those lines. Yeah, I guess for a while I'm just going to kind of work through these sections, and then yeah. Hey, soldier, what's up? I don't think I've seen you here before, ma'am. Pushing snow. Oh man, where are you from? Been a lurker for a while. No worries, no worries. Glad you finally said hey, man. Oh, cool. Started taking your channel seriously at the end of September. What do you do on your channel, man? Oh, hi-oh. I had a friend from Ohio that we worked with. I've never been to Ohio. And with the snow being there, that might be why. Hey, what's up? Oh, no school. Heck yeah. Shoot, you what what school? You in Ohio College? Gotcha, gotcha, cool. You're gonna be there all month? Oh, cool. I love it. Hey, I appreciate you. Really. What do you do you have a specific subject that you like to fill in for, or you just you kind of float around for anything? My mom used to work in the school system, and then my sister was also in the school system. Let me look at something real quick. Let's see. Oh, come on. Gerald, how you doing? Let's see. You do K-12 for K-4, 11, 12 college. Right on. That's awesome. Did you go to school to be a substitute teacher or a teacher in general? So I know some people were able to get into that before. Oh my goodness. How is the mini metal lathe? Good, good. This is it's a nice lathe. I'm not, I don't have like a formal review of it or anything, but I turned primarily resin on it, so I've definitely made it do what I needed it to do. But yeah, it's good. I use it for truing up blanks and mostly drilling, and using my taps and dies, because my wood lathe behind me is configured for like turning at a higher speed. It's got a good range on it. I think it'll go as slow as like 200 or something, but it just doesn't have the torque on a lower speed like that. I have to change the belt over to get it to have more torque. So I pretty much use this just for drilling. And then it's also nice to have like a static jaws. Like for the wood lathe, I take the jaws off and put them back on and move them around and all that stuff. But it's nice to have something that if I like need to make a mandrel or something right quick, I can just hop over here without having to mess with the stuff over there. Ooh, there we go. Just learning to turn? Heck yeah, you tell Santa what you wanted? You tell him you want a wood lathe or metal lathe or what? Oh, and in Ohio you can let me read that again. You have 2 bachelor's degree. Oh, cool. Business and human services. That's awesome. I stopped business. I'm pretty close to a bachelor's, and then the master's is, I don't know. I think last time I looked, I was about 12 classes away from a master's in business. But I was over school. It happens. But that's really cool. Let's see. I was told with the I used to teach when I was in the military, and supposedly I can use that because I have a what's it called? I forgot what. It's been so long since I even looked at it, but it is. So there's the community college, the Air Force, and then what's that teaching program called that I went through? Oh, the BIC. That's what it is. It's the Basic Instructor course, is what it's called. So I did the Basic Instructor course, and that was like a good month long, and that qualifies you to teach your discipline in at a college level that's accepted by the community college or the Air Force, and so I was able to teach my job, and it would count towards college credits. So you had to go through that in order to be able to teach. What a pain. Yeah. But I mean, it's good. It's good, I suppose. Hey, Lawrence, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, Johnny? Let's see. You got a Central Machinery 1018? Nice. Oh man, I love it. I love it. Let me fix this monitor so I don't have to keep getting so close to the camera, because the chat's down here, but it's also over here. Let's see, mini mill lathe. It's good. It serves all the purposes I need. If you were thinking about a metal lathe, I would, you know, going back, I wouldn't have needed to buy one as much as as much lathe, so to speak. It's far more capable than I am, and I don't intend on doing a lot of the capabilities that it offers, which I guess is a weird thing to say, but it's more capable than I am. That's I guess I'll leave it at that. Let's see. Lawrence, how you been, man? Central Machinery. Yeah, how you liking the Central Machinery? What I didn't like about it is that it's not a variable speed, but you know, it's not like the end of the world if that's the case. I just prefer it to have a variable speed option, and then it's also, you know, it's a good starting point for turning to kind of see if you're interested in it in the first place. So it's awesome. Hillbilly. Oh man, what's up, dude? I don't know if you know this, but I lost sleep. I was waiting for your call. I was waiting for a message. I was waiting for a call. Anything. We were supposed to talk about doing a multi-stream together. Oh man, Gerald. Yes, yes, I did have a good holiday. I appreciate you asking, and I hope you did too. Went up to the mountains with the in-laws. Yeah, we got some new faces here. That's good. Oh, Hillbilly, I don't know if you, or Michael, whichever one you prefer. I don't know if you know, but I got another Turncrafter Commander 1018, and it came with a Husky drawer cabinet thing, and it came with a ton of kits. So I guess that's what I'll be doing here for the holiday season. Just making a whole bunch of those kits. No worries, man. I was just kidding. I'm just ribbing you. Let's see. Oh, Soldier, I'm looking back at it. You were over it, 35-year-old college freshman. Yeah, the way that the military does it is a little different. So you have in order to go or be an instructor at some of the technical training or we call them tech schools, but basically be an instructor in your discipline. You have to go through the basic instructor course, and then you do like preparations of plans. You talk about like the learning process and how different people learn different things and stuff like that. It's pretty awesome. Uh, I mean, I didn't like it at the time, but I'm glad I went through it and did it and enjoyed it and all that. Let's see. But just to talk to that point about being 35 and in college, I was 28 and I went to go take my SATs. So I can I feel you on that. It's a little weird. Oh man, hillbilly, sorry to hear that. Is she all right now? Yeah. Oh man, good now. Figured out. Cause yours unrelated to. Well, that's good. Well, I guess is that good? I guess it's like indifferent or not really. I don't know. Oh, going back to the central machinery. Sorry, there was a lot of awesome people that hopped in. I was trying to catch up on it all. But yeah, so the central machinery, it's a fine lathe. Um, we did actually have that briefly, and the fit and finish of it was not what we wanted to spend a lot of time with. Uh, I guess that's the nicest way to say it. But it does spin projects. It's just a pretty unrefined machine. If I just had to give it like one word, it's just kind of unrefined. But that's okay. Some people have it set up for like a base, uh, just a station for their buffing wheels. I've seen that before. Good for her, not so much for you. Last Wednesday. Oh my goodness. Dang. That's wild, man. And for those of you that don't know, normal is 120 over 80. So it fluctuating like that is wow. Man. Let's see. You have some. Did you pass out or anything? Did you lose consciousness? And then, did you do anything, or were you just like sitting in one spot? Ah, the old gizzard. Yeah, it'll get you. Lawrence, you do that when you're are really low. Oh, dang. There you go. I guess when you're a young lad, that the expression's a little different, but as your age and wisdom, you acquire more wisdom. It changes a little bit. I like it. Sort going. Oh, that's interesting, Gerald. Oh, gotta turn the focus on, man. Do not disturb, man. I'm hanging out with my bros. All right. That is interesting. 110/70 is the goal for treatment. So Gerald, you must be the Gerald that had a different handle before, right? Come on. Where'd it go? All right, this one will do. You have a security camera video of you passing out. You got, oh my goodness. Wow. That's wild, man. Well, you seem to at least be in good spirits about it, which is awesome. That's awesome. There we go. Want to see the video? You are, well, it sounded about right, you know. You kind of clued me in when you dropped some medical knowledge on me. But that's interesting. I wonder why that is. They changed the target. Want to see the video? Yeah, man. I'll take a gander. Uh, Abby, will you grab me another nib?
What?
Will you grab me another nib? One that I can leave out here. Let's see. Did you happen to, or do you happen to have one of those like those things that you wear that's like if you fall over and you can't get up kind of thing? There's a sensor that goes off or something along those lines. Or are you familiar with them? Find it and upload it to YouTube. Gotcha. Private, so you'll have the link to see it. All right, man. Whew, that's crazy. Well, I'm glad you're all right. Man, that's wild. Mm. You don't have one of those? I hear you. I hear you. Waiting for her to bring me a nib. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one. Don't know where the goal is more aggressive. Must be evidence-based. Ah, man, my tinfoil hat is like, I don't know. The more I think about it, the more my speculations, I guess it leads to more questions for me than answers. Do I like to turn micarta or ebonite? I do like to turn to ebonite. It's really nice. Micarta is a little weird when you try to do the threads on it, because sometimes, because it is a fiber, some of it can get hooked as you're trying to cut the threads on it. So you might run into problems with that. But yeah, it's actually really hard to turn, like a hard material. And I do all my shaping over on the wood lathe, so. And it's hot. My goodness, that's something that you don't think about. It gets so hot on your hand. Your mother-in-law had a bra like that? I don't know how to comment to that one. I'll just kind of leave that one right there. There's things that I would say, but we don't necessarily know each other like that. And but that's really amusing. I like that. Usually switch to traditional tools instead of carbide. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, y'all. So when I got back, I happened to come across this reel. It was like a 20-second reel, and I saw him get the things and then turn it and then do something else and then put it all together, and then it ends up as a hollow form ornament looking thing. And I was like, I can do that. I think I can do that. And so I did. I was out here in the shop for quite a while, and basically this is what it ended up being. So this essentially is going to be the bottom part where I'm going to have like a chain dangling from it, and then I'm going to put a cover type of thing over top after I drill through. You can't really see, I don't think, but there's a lot of glue still in there because I didn't want it exploding on me. But yeah, this is all done on the wood lathe with with well, my other one I used a Dremel because I didn't cut it deep enough in the first place. But yeah, I want to sell more mesh, something generic and cheap. Yeah. I don't know. I do still kind of think they want to sell a lot of meds. Unless, well, I guess there's another speculation. I watched something yesterday that was talking about like the whole gambling culture that's being cultivated. And like, you might not think of it as being like malicious initially, but something like I play Borderlands, for example, and that's like a looter shooter kind of game. And you down the boss, and he has a chance to drop a legendary, and so in a way I'm kind of gambling, but just using my time to do it. Um, but like the other things, as far as like sports bets and stuff like that, man, it is crazy that I mean that's I guess become as popular as it has. But I guess wherever you throw money at, it's going to grow. And at least gain exposure. But anyway, I don't think gambling's a great avenue to fulfillment. It might be a path to money, though. Hey, soldier, no worry, man. Let's see. Hey, Michael, what's up? Nice ornament. Hey, I appreciate it. That thing was, oh, by the way, I didn't sand it, and all that was turned with carbide. I should have showed you the close-up of the surface of it, because that was some of my best carbide turning on wood ever. Let's see. Let's test the fit out. Hey, right on, soldier. Don't work too hard. Shoveling the snow and stuff. But have a good one, man. Michael, you figured I use carbide? Well, I mean, creature of habit, I suppose. But, I mean, when that thing's spinning, you don't want it to... I didn't want to be trying out my steel skills, trying to see if I can make it happen. I wanted to go with what I was going to be most likely successful with. You talk to him a bit? Oh, Mike Walt. Huh. Yeah. Mike Walt, yep. Oh no! Won't be here for too long, you're sick? Ah, sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, good luck on the Christmas Bazaar if you're still here. And if not, good luck anyway. Good luck on it. I hope it goes awesome for you. I don't think that ornament, for me, I can't really do very expedient production of those. It took me a long time, we'll say. There we go. All right. Got contact with 2 distilleries? Right on. All right, give me a second. Let me catch up on this, Mike. I gotta formulate my thoughts, gather the whole picture that I can. I'll be back for the weekend. Hey, good deal. What? All right, so the 12-inch pin, right on, man. Do you ever come up with a story, or did that person come by and was like, you know what, this is what we're gonna go with, or I'm gonna buy it for this reason? Engineers at Space Force, cool, man. All y'all are just crushing it out there. Makes me feel like I'm lagging behind. What are y'all doing? Sure, I need to pick up the pace. Here I am playing around with different designs, and y'all out there just doing the work. That's awesome. Glad it's working well for y'all. But yeah, that 12-inch pin kind of reminds me of like those big handles that you get at service stations to go use the bathroom or something. It's like, who's gonna walk away with this massive, like, I don't know, this massive thing? That's funny. Oh, no. There's two pins that I didn't, or two sections I didn't do the other side of it. But yeah. So they took it as for a guest book to sign from the distilleries. That's really neat. That's cool. Look at that. See? That's awesome. But yeah, if you can, you could probably get, you know, if they sell their whiskey barrels, you could probably, if you're, you know, become good friends with them, then you can potentially have um, the ability to, I guess, sell those blanks or give access to, or you could just have him. I don't know. Let's see. Let me put a small chain on it and make a base. Oh man, that's unfortunate. Serious note, you have a friend that is a paraplegic. He has very limited use of his hands. So we work together to make a slimline pen. Cool. Basically shaped like a potato. Nice. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but we've made a pen that we called the chrysalis. And basically we take like we use PVC pipe and yeah, here we go. Here's one. So basically it's basically to hold the ends, the tips, and you know you can hold it in a variety of ways. But this is the mold that we use, and then I just kind of shape them into this kind of profile, which is pretty cool. There's a lot of other things that you can do with this kind of shape. It looks like a football. But I've even cut a channel in the middle before to where some people that want their thumbs like tucked into the grip part. You can share what we did if anybody's interested. Yeah, man, I'm always interested in how it's weird because I watch people. So when we go to shows, we have a logbook or a test notebook that people can try out the different pens that we have, and I pay attention to how people write, like how they hold the pen, and that kind of gives me ideas on how to design based on that. And I just find it fascinating. I want to modify a bolt action kit to make it easier to put the ink in and out. Nice. I was looking at my graphing pencil actually not too long ago, and one of the things about it is that it's got a like a plunger. It's like a plunge click mechanism, and then the clip snaps down to lock it into place. And I was thinking about that, and I think that would be doable. I think that would be doable. It's also the guy that made the funeral urn for his pet. What? It's a 45. No, the angle. The angle that you write it. Okay, so you're, yes. It's about a 45. So the writing angle, which I don't know if y'all have ever heard of Pen Realm, but Kurt Spear is the Nibmeister there. Oh, that's awesome. Anyway, I went neutral, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, nice. You made an urn for him as well. Yo, Billy, you're a heck of a dude. So cool. You had a contract with Space Force to do pins. It is pretty cool. That's really, really cool. Michael, you're going to be doing a, nice. You're going to be working on, there we go. A 2-part pin. That's nice. Oh, that's why. Man, so much exciting stuff. Seriously, it's so much awesome stuff. He didn't for a friend. Was hired to manage the security and network. What? That's cool. He purchased it for his workers. Yeah, that's awesome. How'd they turn out? Some of your best work, or have you learned some more stuff since then? And if I recall correctly, in order to use like the military logos, you have to get permission. Some people don't, but pretty sure you're supposed to. It's good enough for government work. There you go. Yeah, I guess in some places there is a good enough for government work. No. What? Oh, that's why. That's why I have to use a different mandrel for that one, because I changed something. Ever fun you did label casting with a logo? Fuck yeah. Used the glittery resin, they had permission. Hey, that's awesome. I know some people just do it anyways, but, you know, we like to follow rules. We're rule followers. Even though it can be limiting. But it's an opportunity, you know, kind of for you to be your own thing, your own person. Want to get in trouble just being hired? We're trying to earn some extra points for hooking everybody up. What kind of deal did you give him? Or you didn't give him any deal at all? You're like, no, this is what I sell them for retail. So that times 24. Yeah, I appreciate it. Lawrence has done some good work for people as well. All right, this is not exactly how I want it to be, but it'll settle, I think. Snakeskin pins. What? That's cool. I thought about that because of, you know, the whole thing in Florida as far as getting or trying to control the population of big constrictors. Yeah, I was wondering what they do with them. Do they just like incinerate them, or do they actually use the use, I guess, the skins or what? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. 60 a pin? Not bad. That's not bad. Label custom. Ooh, ooh, that's generous. That's generous. I'd say that's you doing a favor. If it was me that was given that. Let's see. I need my other mandrel. Ah. Better at scroll sawing than anything else. That's all right. That's all right. Not a problem with that. Make some boots. What kind of boots? It's kind of funny that you mentioned that because I'm thinking I'd like a set of forever boots where they're nice leather and I can get them made. Like I'll step on a footprint kind of thing, and this is how I normally stand, and then it goes off, and then it gets made into that. But haven't done that yet. The barrel reminds you of a galaxy. Yeah, it's neat. These will look even, well, I guess they'll look worse before they look better. But this one is also quite awesome. It's got a lot of it's got some interference in it too. It's got quite the sparkle. Let's see. I need to pop this off. Where you gave one of your lasers to your dad. He's not impressed. Oh man. That's good, Lawrence. I think that's one of the best things about, you know, having a craft that takes time. is that it does kind of lend itself to that type of thing. Never used a scroll saw? I don't know. The only scroll saw, and it wasn't even a scroll saw, but it acted very similar to, like, I think there's actually like a new kit thing that comes out, or that you can give to kids that they kind of cut out cardboard with. It's like the safest one on the market right now, but you probably have seen them. But yeah, I mean, this you know, I do find working with my hands quite therapeutic. And then the other part about it is, I talk to y'all. I don't have to go to a therapist. I just talk to y'all. you know. But yeah, I had one of those. I want to say it was Craftsman that made it like 30 years ago or something like that. Um, and it had like a little red stopper on the top, and basically it was like a saw blade on a platform deck kind of thing, and then it would just go up and down, so you could cut. Hey Shadow, I hope you had a good Thanksgiving, man. Did you spend time with your fam? Got a picture of two turkeys in it. Ooh. That's cool. That's really cool. Did you put your signature on the back or somewhere on it, Lawrence? Huh. There's a snowflake right at the very end, like right in the middle. Yeah, you can't really see that. There we go. Let's see. that's that's funny, man. That's yeah. Ooh, wow. 3 months for me, or for you. Had a picture of two turkeys in it. 3 months, 5 hours a day. Woo! That's some work right there, I tell you. Y'all remember you remember Abby's birthday pin that I made, and she showed it, and it had some of this material on it, and it had Juma ends. Well, I told you that I've been having my kids do cursive as well. Um, and my daughter, she's like, asked her what she wanted for Christmas, and she's like, I want a pen like mom's. Like, oh gosh. Oh man. So I think in the near future we're going to be working on a Christmas presents. This teal is awesome. Hey, thanks. It's got snowflakes in it, so a little bit of reminiscent of the Bahamas, and then Well, not the Bahamas, I guess. But if you've been around, or if you've seen Abby's blanks, I mean, uh, you'll know that her favorite colors are pretty much any shade of blue. Um, and then it kind of leads to some teals sometimes, and then it leads into some purples every once in a while too. And 1,764 cuts. Lawrence, can you elaborate on what that actually means a little bit? I can't fully appreciate what that actually means. Yeah. Might be the only kids that know cursive. I hope not, man. We got to get the movement. We got to initiate this movement. But yeah, they've been practicing the alphabet. So for a while, their assignment was write the alphabet 3 times, um, upper and lowercase, each 3 times, and then the next part of it was they had to write just a little bit of a reflection of what their day was like, or high point, low point. You know, I think it's important to instill like patience and those types of things. So hopefully I'm doing something right. I hope so. We'll find out in, I don't know, 10 years. Okay, you have to remove top of the blade. Oh man. There's got to be a better way, Lawrence. But that's crazy. That's a lot of I mean, if I had to guess, I'd think that you'd spend more time uh, putting the piece in and out of the blade area. I don't know, but that's what I would guess, is you probably spent more time going back and forth with that. But that's crazy. No. Well, I imagine after 1,764 times you got better at it and faster. And thank you, thank you. Yeah, this one, it doesn't really look all that cool when it's turned. Um, but once we get it all shined up, it'll look a lot, well, it'll look a lot different. I don't know what exactly it'll look like. I haven't turned one of these yet. Yeah, I haven't done this one yet. You wonder what the signatures will look like for the generations? You know, make them start looking like doctor scribbles. Illegible and is your first really detailed pattern. Well, that's awesome. That is awesome. And you did it for somebody else. Love it. I like to give my stuff away too. So the pins, if you're wondering, or the reason they're cut like this is because that gives me the reference of how narrow I need to get all of this down to, and then do my taper. That's why I do it this way. The axe is my guide. I gotta ask, Lawrence, did you ever find yourself getting frustrated when you were doing it? Because I know that's like a muscle that you've got to exercise as far as like patience and I guess tolerance with yourself and that type of stuff. Because there was a time I'd get angry with myself. Dang it, John, do better. Hey, well, I got you, man. That's what it's for. So that particular pin is my Bastion model, and it looks like this when it's complete. So this one looks, well, obviously the blank isn't going to look the same, but so basically the threading, the pin is inside the cap like this, and then it also posts nice and deep. It ends up about 5 inches closed, and then just under 6 inches posted. But yeah, so normally my pins will start threading right here, but this one goes a bit deeper, and it's to, you know, help keep it a little bit more compact. But the actual design wasn't necessarily intended to be used with a full size of or a size 6 nib or Joa 6 nib and a full size converter. Yeah, it was actually this pin here that I actually started with on the design. So this is the other one. I haven't made these quite yet for people yet. But it's about a full inch difference. So this is about 4 inches, and then it too will, yeah, there you go. You can also see the nib comparison here. So this is the difference between a 5 and a 6. So it's pretty different. Yeah. And this one is a flex nib that, well, ink dried up in there, and it was a glitter shimmer ink, and the feed didn't want to rebound. And then this one actually has a different grind on it. It has a cursive smooth italic on it. This one, I haven't told anybody what the name of this one was yet. But the larger of the two is the Bastion, or Bastion. But the other one, we're going to call it the Recon. So that's what we're going to call it. All right, I think I've got all these center starts on here on both the caps and the barrels. Good. Nice. All right. Cool. Now to trim these down a little bit so I can. This is a benefit of having a metal lathe here. You can do straight cuts. You can also do tapered cuts, by the way, if you didn't know. So this here is called a tailstock, and then this is a guide. And if you loosen up some of the screws on the back side of it, you can actually shift it one way or the other, and that'll make it so you can do the taper. If you didn't know that, now you do. Because the carriage will run the same no matter what. What you have to do is you have to cant the workpiece, which will make it run straight, but it'll only cut so much of the material circumferentially. Hey, I appreciate it. We kind of have a theme going on, you know? And, you know, it serves multiple purposes as well, because we wanted it to be like, ooh, that's another cool name too. Could have called it Incognito, but it was just a pocket pin is the intent. So I guess I'll have to come up with another pen in order to make the Incognito. All right. Hopefully, I don't know how loud the vacuum is going to be. Hopefully, it'll tune it out a little bit, but sorry if it's loud. This is normal, or regular. I call them normal because. Hey, take care, Lawrence. Appreciate you stopping by, man. Good to hear from you. Yeah, regular meaning that it's going to be either my Batson or Marauder, and then call it something else. It's not. What? I don't know what you're saying. Hold on. What? Oh. What? Sure. Red. Well, what color's the nib? Black, silver, rose gold. It's just yellow nib. You said an ebonite feed. Do you want an ebonite feed? That just comes in black. What color do you want the nib? Oh. For what? For Evie's pen? No, well, for both. For yours and Evie. You said you wanted a needle pen. Evie said CSI. Diamond. Okay. I don't care. What?
Why did you not hit diamond?
Nothing.
Don't mess with me. I'm trying to get your.
I'm not messing with you. I'm not.
I'm diamond color.
It's not a color, it's a profile.
You want that instead of the needle point?
No, I don't have a needle point. So I'll get that.
Resin I see. Get a black. Should I get Evie's in black too? The rose gold or.
Sure. If you're unaware, apparently there is a new nib profile that is a diamond. Oh, I still need this. What am I doing? It's a diamond profile that he makes that I guess she doesn't know about. But I'm going to get needle point. Boom. Okay. Have I ever made a clear transparent pen? I have. Those are called demonstrators. But there's not really anything on the inside to see other than the ink. But those take some sanding and polishing on the internals, and it really is a lot of work. So the people that do it do a pretty good job, pretty darn good job, because you have to sand and polish it. But the other thing too is, from my understanding at least, is a lot of them when they are doing it, they use like a boring bar to cut it instead of a drill bit. So they might use a drill bit that's slightly smaller and then use what's a boring bar like this, and then basically that gives them one surface, and then it just runs into the pen itself to give it a cleaner cut. Because when you use a drill bit, if a lot of things can happen with the drill bit as far as like a little bit of tear out or a little bit of a catch or just things like that. But we have in the past, but it is a great deal of effort, and we haven't quite refined a process that we're happy with. But yeah, it's a lot of work to get it. So the custom pen makers that do that spend a lot of time sanding and polishing the internals. But I have tried ways to bypass that as well. There's only so many ways to do something, and then it ends up being like, you know what, you just got to put the work in, that's what it is. Sometimes that's just the answer on some things. Yeah, and then the other cool thing you can actually do is called an ink window. And that just basically you're separating a portion of the barrel. So if I had like a clear piece of resin, I could cut this top part off and then this bottom part off, and then I put the ink window in the middle. Yeah, that's another thing that is, I'd say I see it here and there. Yeah, it is. It's a great deal of work. Oh. I got this work table here, and it doesn't have the little handles like my other one did, so I used to hook my vacuum. So I had free hands. Well, what are you up to today? And I don't know if the boring bar is like a kept secret or not, because I kind of recently discovered the utilization of a boring bar in this manner. Go. Also, kind of a side note, I was just thinking about the time of year, and then something that you have in common with this time of year. And then I was thinking about there's ACD Charlotte. I got tickets. My dad and I got tickets. We're going to see ACDC. I think that's next. It's next year sometime. Yeah, we gotta get together again. Yeah, it is. It's really convenient how much you can take off in one pass. Or you could take more off, but there are certainly limitations. And sometimes it doesn't work out like I want it to. If I change the gear ratio too, it would run it slower. Because this carriage is connected to a screw down here, and then the lever that I'm messing with down here to stop it and start it is basically a little claw that grabs onto that screw, and then it just runs down the track. I'm sure that your metal lathe will do it as well. Yeah, I think your metal lathe will do it as well. Well, it should. But that's one of the, I think that's one of the biggest draws to metal lathes. This is the other nice thing about the metal lathe, that the gears make it so torque is well, it's got more torque. Even though it's a slightly less powerful motor than my wood lathe, it has the gearing for it to be more powerful under load. As far as like the demonstrator pins go, I think that there's quite a few companies that do make them, and some of them they cast it. It's done like a casting. And molding. Like injection molding type of thing. But you have to have the, what's called the master, I guess. And that's got to be like perfectly smooth and everything, because it'll show imperfections, if there are any, of the master mold. A common thing that's used like the master mold that has to be done really well is when people do the Dungeons and Dragons dice, D&D dice. Had to replace a weak outlet. Oh no! That's annoying. I hope you're able to get it done. Yeah, I mean, big lathes are definitely, they're definitely more intimidating. So I could see that. Open the fixes it. Hey, nice. You got the skills, Gerald. You got the skills. But yeah, it's yeah, larger machines. Like when I see people, some of those videos that I come across on just kind of scrolling, doom scrolling, are like massive, like massive pieces of metal stock, and those people are running those machines, and the carriage is just huge too, and it's like moving so slow, and it's taking off a lot of material, or it's just trying to get it back into round, or whatever it is. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Somebody here probably has some experience with that stuff. Brian is a machinist. He's probably done some large projects like that. Well, maybe not like that, but much larger than what I do. Yeah, when you max out the jaws of your lathe, it's like, oh my gosh. Thinking casting as demonstrators would make the most sense. Yeah, it would. It would. Which I have done, and I've tried a variety of ways. However, not since I've learned more about it. But you know, my biggest thing is it's not so much production that I'm drawn to. It is I just like doing it, and if I make the pins, if I cast them, you know, it ends up like me not doing anything, you know. But yeah, I have casted them before. I can show you what that looks like in a little bit. Got two more to do of the barrels here. But the thing with that is it's got to be like perfect. The master, that is. And so I guess I'll just tell you the way that I did it is I made some pieces, did it clear, or they weren't clear. I made the pieces and then made the pieces and then made a mold of basically the negative, and then once you do that, then you isn't thick enough, or if there's not a thick enough layer of resin, it won't cure properly because it won't be thick enough, and it won't create enough heat to get it to the temperature that it needs to be at in order to cure. Uh-oh. Oh, your audio. There I'm only intended to demonstrate. Make a pin. Yeah. You just came back. You did nothing. It was willpower, Mike. It was willpower. You just knew it, and it knew what you wanted. All right. So my barrels are clean. Let me go show you what I'm talking about here. Okay, so it's the first stream I've ever shown this to. Basically, these were clear rods, and then I casted it, and it ended up like this. So it looks good on the surface. However, once you cut down, let me go get another one because I did it on a different one as well. So you can see it a little better. Just in my bucket. This is my bucket of little trial things. Here we go. So you can. Uh-oh. Am I gonna have to ask Santa for some for a new mic set? Sorry about that. There's only this channel? I know in the beginning we had a little bit of drop frames, but it looks stable now. The audio looks like it's coming out now. Thank y'all for letting me know. How far, or what did y'all miss? I don't remember the last thing I said. Well, when the audio cut out, that is. Yeah, I think we're good now. There's not much going on in the background. But I don't know. I think even if I did figure that out, it would be one of those things. It's like just to see if I could, because it feels weird in some ways. Yeah, I guess that's it. It just kind of feels weird. Like trying to sell handmade pins and then just kind of throwing a couple of those things that are hand designed. I don't know. I can't do that. Okay, I could do that. I'm not going to do that. Oh man, all kinds of audios. I don't remember what the last thing was that I had said about the demonstrator that I was working on. See, now if somebody comes across and it's like, oh, you just cast them that way in the first place. Now, I'll be honest too, I don't think most people will end up caring, but I do. And I know the truth. right as he was explaining the demonstrator. That's all right. It's all right. I'll go back to it. I'll just kind of recap right quick. So you see all these little spikies? Well, they're like that on the inside too when you do drilling. When you do any sort of like silicone mold, it will basically cast anything that's there. So you might not be able to see the outside, but there's like lines on the outside as well that were from me truing up the blank initially when I was going to cast it. So it should be clear. Like, it should just be clear, but it's not. So on the inside, what I was talking about, I think this is what I was talking about when it cut out, or when I noticed that somebody said it did, is when you're sanding some of these on the inside, you're sanding the whole time, right? So you stick, however you do your internal sanding, you can basically cut, you get like a dowel rod. You get a dowel rod a little thicker than that, and then you cut a slit in it, and then you can roll up sandpaper, and then that would be a way to do it, right? There's a lot of ways to do the same thing, but you'd be sanding the whole time, but not actually only getting the spike. You'd be sanding everything else as well on the inside, which would open up the diameter even more, which leads to other problems of it not being the right diameter for you to tap or create threads on the inside. So it's a bit of a back and forth issue as well. Also, the way that some of the resins behave, they'll do a little bit of shrinking. Yeah, it'll do a little bit of shrinking. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of it when it comes to that. It's I like to be transparent when it comes to those types of things. I don't ever want to deliberately mislead anybody. This feels bad, man. Because I wouldn't want to be misled. And so I guess that's just how I was raised. You know. Polish is definitely not the same thing. Well, I mean, you do the polishing and everything, and among like other creators of really anything, it's like, how handmade does something need to be for it to still be handmade? Or I guess we can use the AI in this particular case is, if content was created by AI, but it was your idea in the first place of like what to prompt AI to use, well, is it still your idea at that point? I don't know. But, one of the things about the pen making that's a big thing to me is, it's the connection that you have, like, your mind, your hands, and to the work pieces that you're using. And if it was my intention to produce as many as I could, well, I suppose my position on things would be different. But like I said, that's not my goal. So an interesting kind of topic or question is, if you had, just assume that you had $1 billion in your account, what would you do? Like once the excitement of having all of that money in your account available to you, and you bought everything that you thought that you wanted, what do you do after that? And that's something that I constantly think about is what do you do if you have everything? And there isn't a right or wrong answer, obviously. It's more of a thought exercise of you know what I mean? I don't know, it's weird kind of conundrum, I suppose. You saw that Pin Realm is opening a retail shop in Loveland. Where's Loveland? Is that Virginia? Amazon's handmade section can be completely... Yeah, I did know that about Amazon handmade. I mean, it goes back to the question of, you know, how handmade does something need to be? Because technically, you know, I'm holding a vacuum that's doing the sucking, and then I'm repositioning the the cap. Like, how handmade is that? So it kind of begs the question: how handmade does something need to be handmade? Uh, Kind of an interesting thought. I know what I think, but north of Denver. Okay, that's cool. Good for Kirk. I've seen him many a time. Anyway, it's a tough one to actually answer, I'd say. I don't know, we're getting real deep here now. I usually wait till a couple drinks or something before I start getting all philosophical. Well, it's not entirely true. But I do finish them. Well, Abby finishes sanding and polishing, and then I do the shaping. The freezer is still on? Heck yeah. It's good to hear. Is this... It sounds like it's a big freezer, Gerald. Is it a big freezer that's like in your garage or something? You transfer as much of it into another form of money, right? Rhodium, yeah. You just stir up some other just to keep peeps on their feet. Well, I mean, some might say that's abuse of power. But, you know, I see what you're saying. But I guess at the end of the day, what I'm getting at is that what kind of fulfillment would that be if you were just given $1 billion? There's there's nothing else to it. It's like, what else? What are you? What is your purpose? I don't know. And maybe I'm totally off. I've never had $1 billion, so I can't say one way or the other exactly. But I like to think that I'd absolutely buy myself a nicer lathe, bigger house, a nice workshop, climate controlled, and I probably still want to do something similar. I don't know. Rhodium. Gerald was telling me that some Hooligan Pins makes nibs out of rhodium. Is that what you were saying, Gerald? He makes rhodium, or he uses rhodium for the nibs, and it is an upright freezer. I don't know, when you start plugging in other power tools, you're gonna have might have some other problemos if it's on the same breaker. Palladium silver. Okay, my bad. So there are some pin kits that are rhodium. That's what it is. But some of them, they come with like a little certificate that's like, this is precious metals. I don't know. I just think about the people that are near me that are retired, and I just kind of wonder what they do. And I've asked that question many times. It's like, well, what do you do when you're retired? Well, that's the thing, is you don't really have to do anything, right? And then it has its like honeymoon phase of some sort, and then it goes back to, well, now what do I do? I think that's kind of where it ends up a lot of times, is like a, well, now what kind of thing. And I think humans need a purpose. I think that is a need for humans in general. But maybe I'm just delulu. The circuit is a dedicated 20 amp. Rhodium was primarily used for pinwood. Huh. Interesting. Clean the kitchen, fix the freezer, and bought some ink. Oh, we talked about the ink calendar already, didn't we? I don't remember which one that you said, if you got one or not. Abby got 2 of them. That was your retirement today? Heck yeah. Well, I'm not saying that retirement's bad. Don't get me wrong. I think, if anything, it just kind of creates that freedom for you to be able to do what you want to do. But I think if somebody was just given everything all the time, I mean, we kind of see that nowadays, what people are like if they're given everything all the time. They don't have good work ethics in some cases. They don't have reasons to do stuff. I don't know. But that's awesome. Would rather stay home and play Diablo. Oh, Gerald, do you play World of Warcraft? If you play Diablo, I have to ask. And retirement sounds nice. It sounds really nice. I just think that people also need a purpose. Or some sort of community, or something that they can be a part of in some form or fashion. And yeah, that's a part of why I made my YouTube, by the way, is because I wanted a community that you retired, now you make pins. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's nice to have options. And be able to do some stuff. And see, I guess you're a good example of what I was talking about when, you know, you got to find something to do, especially if you're an active person. You just got to find something to do. You know, I guess I can give you a little backstory of how I kind of came to this realization. Is when I was doing my contracting gig, I only worked half the year. So 6 months out of the year, I wasn't really doing anything that, you know, nothing of note really. And you know, 1 year of that, like, good grief, that is horrible. I don't like that. And so that's when I started looking around for all kinds of things that I might be interested in. And then I found, or I learned about what a lathe was about 6 years ago. And then I've just been hooked on it ever since. Like when I say that I've turned for a good 6 years, I am in the shop at least 5 days a week. Yeah, I turn something almost every day. Oh, and if you hadn't seen it before, I don't know if I showed it, but I made this on the lathe the other day because I was playing around with, you know, just different types of woods. And I saw somebody that had done that and thought it was really cool. And I thought that I could do it too. And I did. It doesn't look as good as theirs, but I don't usually turn wood either. Let's see, James, love the Olive Medusa and the Velma Dark Cherry. Heck yeah. Hey Gerald, does she know about it already, or oh yeah, headphones with a weird echo thing. Does she know about it already, or is that a Christmas present? Oh, also on a side note, um, we did end up buying one of those Takamori nibs, the glass dip nibs that they recently released, and Abby cracked it this morning. One of the flutes, basically. I don't know. I'm about to call it the lands and groove, but that's on a rifle, the boring of a rifle. But the grooves, we'll say. Um, yeah, one of those cracks. Nope. Let's see. But James, yeah, that's awesome. Glad to hear it. I'm glad you have the ability to do that. Ability, capability, and desire to do that. Because I think it says a lot. Personally, I think it says a lot about people that are still into like what what you're saying, Shadow. As far as I do think analog is making a comeback, because I think that nowadays things are happening so fast, and I think it's finally getting to a point where people are like, why is everything going so fast? It's not a race to any sort of arbitrary finish line. It's just a. And I don't think it's just about the journey, and I don't think it's just about the destination. I think it's about everything. Getting all deep here now. But really, that's kind of where I'm at with some of these things. I like that type of thing. You can tell that this is sucking at sucking. Analog is making a comeback for our generation. Yeah, I think so. Had to buy a bottle of the beautiful 1984 ink. She doesn't know. Christmas present. Hey, nice. Love it. I love it. Wow, put that off. It's so quiet now. Okay, those are all trimmed. Those are all trimmed and done. This one. And all right, let's go with the right answer, not the lazy one. Anyway. Beautiful 1984. I've been thinking about the 1984, and I can't think of what that would be. And Gerald, have you gotten into swatching yet? It's satisfying to see Abby's swatches. I haven't gotten into it myself, but she's the collector of all the inks, and she's been swatching a lot of the different ones that she's gotten. And there's a particular green that's my favorite. It's like a green shimmer. Oh, will you go grab one of your swatch Rolodex thingies? I thought she was gone. One of our kids has an appointment today. And then Abby's got a surgery on Thursday. Waringal ink. Is that one of the green shimmers that you're talking about, James? Gotcha. Oh, here I'll let her fly for just a sec. Just kind of show your Rolodex of pens so far, and then yeah, Rolodex of inks, and then sorry, there we go.
Rolodex cards when you get ink. Yeah, so I have the coloring.
You can show on this can.
Ooh, there we go. Which
I'll be right back.
Is designed by the Well-Appointed Desk. I was across from her. She was helping with Finesse in San Francisco, and she's wonderful. She's got some great things that she's designed. So these are my regular inks, which I'll show in just a sec. And then this is from last year's advent calendars. So I did both the Colorverse and the Diamine advent calendars, and these are like little sample bottles you open every day. I have started this year's calendars, but I'm a little wary of sharing those because some people don't like to be spoiled if they have those, but this is last year's. And then these are my regular ones. I love wearing Gall's 1984. I have that one. There it is. Woo, pretty. Let's see. John goes, I want a green, and then I put a green in there, and that's about as detailed as he gets. I'm trying to remember which green I put in his recently. I think it had, this is in a lot of my pens right now, is this Crystal Marine by Robert Oster. It's got a really pretty shimmer in a deep kind of green teal. This is one of the 2025 Colorverse inks. Anyways, I went a little crazy because our first show, I went from John making fountain pens and me starting to have a collection and only having some ink that I bought off of Amazon, like little sample bottles, to going to a show and be like, oh my God, there's a million of them. So many inks and colors and shimmers and not shimmers and sheens and, you know, like just so much. So I definitely overdid it, but this is now several years worth of ink. And anytime we sell fountain pens now, I didn't used to do this, but I do it now. I send an ink sample, so it depends on what I'm in the mood for that I'm like sampling. Nice. Color Theory. Yeah, my sister, she went to art school as well. Not to SCAD, which I know that you went to, but she did more graphic design than other stuff, so that's what she works in now, but she's good at that. For me, I learned absolutely nothing about color theory. I just started putting colors together. So I think this is the one that has been in John's pen lately. I think this is the one he's talking about. It's a like deep emerald green with this like, there we go, this blue shimmer. We like some sparkly shimmers, but they have to be the right one, because when you get a chunky, like too chunky shimmer in there, it clogs up your pen so fast. Easy crazy thing, especially when you build up an ink order to get free shipping. I am so guilty of that. Oh, what's another several bottles of ink to save $5 on shipping or whatever? John bought me the whole set of these Anderillium inks at one point. That was all because they were all
butterfly.
Yeah, they were butterfly series. They now have like an Under the Sea or something. I got a couple from that particular series. I have these loosely categorized in rainbow form because I'm not often like, oh, I really, I'm looking for a whatever specific brand of ink. I'm looking for a color. I like to match my pen sometimes, but also I am guilty of putting the same ink in over and over again. This was a new discovery this year at DC. Troublemaker was like I think from the Philippines, maybe? I'd have to look it up, but they're have this really cool, these are chroma shift inks, I think is what they're called. I have had this in my stratified pen with my architect nib for, well, since I bought the ink, and I just keep putting more of it in there because it really, even just with like a medium width nib, shows the like shading in each letter, which is wild. I was trying to work with someone to make me an ink that's like that. We're working on it. Van Diemen's Azure Kingfisher has been one of your latest favorites. I don't have any Van Diamonds? Anyway, I don't have any of those. I have heard of that ink before. I need to look it up to remember like what the swatch actually looks like. But I have a pretty good variety. I also really love, ooh, I'm sorry camera. I also really love picking up people's custom or limited edition inks. So like when makers partner with different things. So this one was Lucky Star Pens, Lucky Galaxy. I have her other ink too, which I don't remember what it's called. Let me see if I can find it. I don't care for it. I was going to say a stronger word, but I really, and some people love it, which good for them. I have to see if I find it because it's like, I also have issues. I don't love sheening inks, like strong sheen inks. I just had, okay, let me see. So this is sheen.
Oh, those are dope.
They look really cool. They act very poorly in pens for me. So like this one's got like a black sheen.
So what would you do to make it better?
No sheen.
That's not a solution.
Well, it is, or less sheen. Some inks, it's not like an intentional thing. Some inks, that's just the way that the pigments work. I forgot what I was looking for. What was that? I don't even remember what that color. It was like a brownish, pinky. I wonder if I put it in pinks or if I put it in my very small collection of brownish inks. Watch me having like taken it out completely. I've forgotten it. Anyways, also there tends to be show inks at a lot of the shows. So this was this year's San Francisco Fog by Colorverse, and then Joe from the Florida Fountain Pen Company, who runs the Orlando Pen Show, does an ink every year. So I have 2 or 3 of those now. Purples. This was 2024. Y'all, I'm gonna get so sidetracked looking for this now. What was it? Aha! Sorry, it was another of the Lucky Star pens. It's got this weird pinky purple base. It's got green sheen, which y'all know what color, when you put pinky purple and green together, it makes brown. And then like blue sparkle, but yeah, I don't know. It just writes a weird little brown. It's beautiful. Which one's beautiful at this point? I wasn't looking. Oh, anyways, I have a lot. Let me look at the rainbow. Wow. I don't even know what ink I put in the pen. I should probably write it down when I re-ink them. But I have a lot of sparkles, a lot of not sparkles. I love this highlighter pink. I need to get back to work. And then yeah, so I'm working. By working, I mean opening my advent calendar for this year. This was last year's, which was so fun. And I definitely found some favorites. I have some goals for next year. I know. I didn't, and I know that. Anyway. Have some favorites that I have put in pens, but also they're like these little bitty bottles. So I might use them to, I'm trying to next year write a quote, a poem, or something a day to work on my handwriting and share. And Sean's been doing it with jokes, which works great for him, and he needs to Maybe that. Ooh, look at this one.
Lately.
Anyways, there are some really cool ink effects. I really enjoy ones that have shading. I think even more than shimmer at the moment. I do love a good shimmer, but shading is my favorite. Like, and this kind of teal green, or like a purpley pink color, that's what's in several of my pens. I need to diversify. I probably need to like clean them out and like change them every month so that I am actually going through some of these inks. But the other great thing is we make nib holders and have dip pens, so I can play with all of my inks without having to put them in all of my pens necessarily. Anyways, yeah, I love these things. And this is just like a big ring set that I got on Amazon, and then these come with the little ones, so I can like hook them all together if I want. I bring this to the shows that we go to, so that when I'm there perusing ink to buy, I'm like, wait, do I have that one? I haven't accidentally repurchased any inks, and there's only like 2, I think, that I've actually ran out of and repurchased. Yeah, which I'll show you, and then I'll move on. I'll show you my repurchased inks. So I've rebought this one, which is Soda Pop Blue. I've rebought almost the same color because I am just guilty of that being my favorite. What is it? This one, Blue Ringed Octopus, which, yeah, those are like pretty similar. So I've repurchased those, and then I had to repurchase my favorite red because it only comes in this bottle that's like this big, and they don't even sell big bottles of it. So I bought several because I'm sure they'll stop selling it because it was kind of a, I don't know, they were doing like a space theme with Mars stuff. So it's this particular red that has almost like a pinky base to it. Yeah. With no sheen, because that's the thing. Like when the sheen starts looking weird, like not my favorite. And a lot of times, depending on what paper you're using or paper that they're using for like ink swatches, it can look so different. Like I did the swatches on here, and I was doing swatches in my notebook that has the Tomoe River paper, like the original Tomoe River paper, and some of the sheen doesn't even show up on some of the paper. Some of it does. I've been using them in my Hobonichi planners, which used to have Tomoe River paper and now have the new stuff that was like bad last year. Anyway, so it's crazy too. A nice ink I have started using a lot is the Pilot. That one, Burgundy shade. I do have a couple Pilot inks. I know that they discontinued some of them, and I have one that I really liked that I'm pretty sure was a pink. There we go. This one. This is a pink Pilot one that I've also used quite a bit. The sheen isn't too bad. Anyways, nice ink chatting with y'all for a moment.
You could do it on your socials if you wanted to.
I could, but I do like a quick chat and then go.
It is nice to have like prompts.
Oh yeah,
Or,
people asking questions
that's the
or having
thing, is
specific
just imagining
things.
that you're talking to someone when you're not.
Yeah, it's hard.
That's how my solo streams used to be. Nobody was here.
Gerald, did you get some good deals for Black Friday or Cyber Monday? I didn't buy any pin stuff this year on for that. I did just order several nibs through Kirk Pin Realm for custom grinds. We got John a needlepoint with ebonite bead. I got an extra fine Architect.
Why'd you get one?
Why'd you get one?
Well, I wanted a titanium.
I didn't look for titanium. It also was really expensive, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
You didn't tell me that. It's already ordered. Now you get what you get. And then we got Evie a CSI, a cursive smooth italic, because she keeps trying to steal my birthday pen that John has a CSI in it. So that was really why I was ordering. But then I was like, it's for me and John. Merry Christmas. Few pens. Oh, that's right. I forgot.
You bought tools?
Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I love that you got the stratified.
Hey, Brian, how you doing, man? Talking about inks.
You know, one of my favorite things about my stratified and any of our stratifieds is there's so many colors in it that I can like match my ink to like a ton of different colors instead of it being like a purple pen. Then I feel like I have to put purple in it.
Don't push buttons. Just hold it.
This is dangerous. Anyways, I feel like I need to match, but sometimes I don't always want that color in there, you know? So stratified, you can put like so many different colors in it. We did sell out of stratified, so John needs to make some new ones because we sold all of them out. They take us probably the longest out of all of the pens, but are obviously our signature kind of thing. John's working on some of the pens that are recent kind of test pours or pours that we did for diamond painting pens, and I normally wouldn't do those styles as fountain pens, but how fun is this candy cane looking one, which is called Peppermint Dreams and won't focus and is really washed out, but it's super cool and swirly. And then this one has snowflakes in it. There's one of them. Anyways, I'm excited to see those. Lots of pretty pens. What you doing?
These are the stratifieds that I'll be working on.
Yeah, we had one block recently that came out a lot lighter in color than a lot of our other blocks. Because I think I've talked about this before, but when I pour stratified, by the time I get, you know, a few layers in, I've forgotten what I've put in it. And this particular block, I was pouring a lot of the Pastel Prism, which is one of our most popular other like signature blanks. And so it has several Pastel Prism layers, but they're super different. But overall, these turned out so fun. Maybe one will be a little bit messed up that I can keep.
Just drop them. We'll
find no, I don't want it broken. I want to be able to use it.
We'll find which one.
Could been to differentiate your brand from other makers. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, Vinny. I was showing inks for a moment. These are all of my, look at my collection. Yeah. And then John's going to get back to making.
That are on deck.
Yeah. Wow. This is really cool too. It's got like light to dark with this really like deep purple kind of side.
Hey, Vinny, what's up, man?
How long between layers? Depends. I can do them as early as a day or two. However, I don't actually pour that often. I pour a few times a week, and I don't always pour stratified layers. It depends on what I'm doing. I don't put glitter in the stratified. So like because I do a lot of blanks that have chunkier glitter nowadays. And so I don't put those in our stratified blocks at all because we found that that was kind of an issue. Same thing goes for neon. Those no longer go in stratified blocks either.
Ever.
Man, that would look so cool though if I could stop. If I didn't have issues with the neons, like a full different colored neon layered block would be crazy. But that's so much resin. And so much time.
Orange, yellows, and pinks, and maybe some lime greens could give a similar effect, but not quite pastel.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't give the same effect. It's just not the same. What?
Did I say hey, Vinny? Hey, Vinny.
I said hey, Vinny.
I don't know if I did.
I said it for both of us.
Hey, Jerry. Haven't seen you here before. How you doing?
Oh, now I only have 10 minutes before I have to leave. Darn. No more pens. That's okay. Ugh, take my wrist brace off. Can I take my wrist brace off?
Yes.
Thank you.
I sure do.
Oh, you're the best. I have surgery on Thursday. So that's why I'm almost done with the diamond painting pens for this week. Also, John's dad helped a ton. So you cannot see the prior layers as you pour. I can only see the last layer that I poured.
We have a block in progress.
Yeah, if you want to. Sure. Yes, you both did. He said that you already said hi. We did have a great Thanksgiving. We went up to the North Carolina mountains up past Boone. And it was freezing. It was so cold. I think it didn't get above 25 on the couple days that we were there. But
Sure, you want to show our secrets?
it's not really a secret. I just want to show them that you can't see the previous layers. So, here we go. So, like, I can only see whatever last layer I put in there. So, if it takes me several months to make them, and I've totally forgotten what I put in there at that point. Hi, Brian. You're busy today? We're busy seeing the IG pics. Yeah. Of our matching Christmas pajamas. My mom. We only started doing that. No, I guess it's been like 5 or 6 years. Okay, so pretty much after we moved back, my mom, now that all of her children, so all 3 of us live here in Charlotte, and grandkids, which is just our kids, we started doing matching Christmas pajamas. And they were very fun. The pictures turned out great. It was cold as heck. So those pictures, we ran outside, had my sister take a few pictures, and we ran back inside because it was like 15 degrees, wind chill feeling.
The wind was the worst.
The wind was so just piercing. So got everybody to smile, and then we all ran back in. And the dogs had a blast too. We loved the PJs. Target always has great matching family PJs for not too expensive. One year my mom bought the expensive ones, which I still have. I'm probably the only one that like re-wears them. I'll wear my Christmas PJs all year. I guess the kids do too. John's get worn once for those pictures, and pretty much never again. Never. So John has quite a few of Christmas pajamas that have gotten donated over the years.
Just give me an address, I'll send them your
Your used Christmas pajamas. What are you gonna do with those? Okay, don't tell me. Okay, wow.
Well, I kind of wanted to show this so people could see like that it's relatively durable. Yeah.
Okay.
Will you scoot over?
No,
give me some room.
I don't want to.
Ah.
I'm happy.
Dude.
You're weird.
Put it on a turning tool or something. Make it look silly.
Silly.
So this is a stratified, right? Stratified block. Except I chopped them, or I ripped it into multiple little pieces.
It's such a cool
and so what I was thinking with this is I can alternate, make stratified. Anyway, it's the durability aspect that I'm kind of showing. It's like this is super duper thin, and it's pretty resilient. So I know people are concerned about the durability of the pin. I'm not saying go.
Don't throw it around.
Don't throw it around or anything.
On purpose,
but
anyways.
it's pretty durable. Because I mean, if it was gonna break, it would probably have broken by now.
Yeah. And blocks that we do end up that break, they don't get used for pens anyways.
They get repurposed.
They get repurposed for other stuff. It's like the messed up block we sent over to.
But this is what the outside looked like, by the way. Outside of the block, over a good while. That's what it looks like on the block before I chop it up, and then this one has a little pigment pocket that you can see here.
What's not even a neon?
No, it's got a little pigment pocket. So when I cut into these things, I can see that stuff, and then that part just will get cut out, and then the other parts will get used.
When we do find pigment pockets in pens, that you pin is usually that whole piece has to be remade because weirdly, even if I'm CA finishing them, that little pigment pocket will like push out. Even if it's so weird. It's really bizarre. That it like stays wet and it
can come back out.
It'll just push back out. It's very strange. Must have to do with the moisture or something. That doesn't happen super often. No. Because some people, like when you see people doing big buckets of resin, they're using like a power tool to mix a tiny bit of pigment in this big bucket. For me, mine are highly pigmented in small cups. So I'm using, craft like popsicle sticks to stir, and I do my best, but it's also like a timed thing. And those are neons get pigment pockets frequently for me, although I'm working on that particular skill. And then sometimes the liquid pigments will, after a while, kind of get chunky and not want to mix in all the way, which sucks when that happens. But anyways, I'll give John his stream back. He told me to come kill ink, which I did.
I just really wanted to show that you've been swatching the heck out of those, and then...
Well, I do it every time I get one.
Then the green one that I've been digging.
I couldn't remember which one it was. I think it's the kiwi one. Or is it like shimmer. A teal? Or is it like that one?
That one looks pretty right.
I think it's this one, which I already said. And this was, I think it was an Australian ink. I don't know. It's not a US-based ink, although most of them aren't US-based, I don't think. Okay, bye. See you guys later. Hope you have a good rest of your week, because I probably won't be on. What? Name a car?
No. What are you doing?
I like our Forerunner. Okay, bye.
Time out?
I don't know. I'm not in charge here.
Whatever.
It's not that bad. Just stop posting it. Toyota Forerunner. Newer one, though. I'd like a newer one day. Bye.
Anyway, alright.
I'll be back after.
Okay. I'll probably be out here. Slaving away. I'm just kidding. Did I already face that? Alright, well, that was good. It's good fun. Yeah, I know, Brian. What's the deal? What's the deal? Okay, so I need to make a mandrel again I gotta make something to hold my sections again. But yeah. Here's an interesting question about pens in general. Do you like big ink reservoirs or tanks or converters, or do you prefer them being relatively small so you get to swap them out or cycle the ink or something like that? Because there's a part of me that's like, I like cycling them to enjoy, and then on the other hand, I don't want to run out. But if you think about it, the likelihood of you running out of ink at an inconvenient time is pretty much going to happen no matter the size of your ink tank, unless you pay close attention to it all the time, which that'd be pretty impressive. But I don't do that personally. But I thought about it as far as like making a you can drill out a bigger hole in the first place, and what that'll do is make it so you can basically fill that whole chamber up with ink. So it'd be like an eyedropper type of filling mechanism. But really, you're going to run out of ink. And I was going to show you this. Well, I still am. We're here. Come this far. But yeah, so this is a normal international converter. It's the Schmidt style. Right, we can't say it's the Schmidt because it's not stamped on or lasered on there. But and then this is the Kaweco converter, and this is the size difference. But when you really break it down to like the volume difference, it is different, right? I'm not saying it's not different, but the amount different is I don't think it's even 2 times the volume, but I've never actually tried to measure that. Just suppose I could. But it doesn't look twice the volume. But no doubt it is larger. I think at the end of the day you'll run out either way. You want to get a low volume eyedropper from Skogsy? Right on. Does he do it demonstrator style? I think he does. Oh. Sorry, the heater did something weird. Let's see, low volume eyedropper from Skogsy. Heck yeah. I've made one that's like this. So this is one of my earlier versions of it's a Jowo 5, and then basically you fill it back here, but I didn't like that particular design because that's where it seats, and you can unscrew it that way. So I would either need to make a cover to reach the cap itself, so a cap and then another little cap on top, or something like that. But it's one of my little pocket rockets, and it doesn't have a top on it, so I could see where my nib was. But yeah, I have a lot of little ideas that I come out here and I just try out and see how they go, and it's just fun. You drill yours out 9 mil. 8.2 is the smallest you can go and have room for a converter. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what my measurements are on that off the top of my head. Pilot converters don't hold enough ink. Yeah. Yeah, he does. He's really good at the demonstrator stuff. We have, I think 2 years ago, 2023 maybe, was when I got one of his pens. But fill it out 9 mil. Now you want me to go draft something up, draw some stuff up, and see what my numbers actually are. Because I can make, you can make like a M15 cap barrel set, connection, and then you can basically proportionally make that a huge reservoir for ink if you get the eyedropper dialed in. The part of me with the eyedropper is I don't want it to leak out on anybody. And I think the other part of that is I think it's going to happen no matter what. If you fill it, you go to a different place potentially, and then with the altitude change, it'll cause that pressure, push ink out. But then again, that can happen with the converter too, I suppose. I don't know. I haven't determined exactly how I would like to do it. I do have some things. And, the other thing too is we have filled up the regular pens that we make. We filled that up with ink before, and it didn't leak. But I can't say that you can eyedropper it comfortably yet. I haven't tested it enough. Okay. Yeah, there's some really, really good makers out there. And I think it's very fascinating that there's some that just really focus on something specific. You know what I mean? And that's really what kind of defines who they are. And I guess their signature type of thing. Two more sections, and then I got to get to shaping these. But Brian, you had a good Thanksgiving? You said you were working over it, didn't you? You were working on some stuff over it? I was thinking about bringing a lathe to the mountains because I had to. I gave my dad the other one. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll still take one up there. I don't know. Because it could be fun to do some wood turning here and there. That sounds good. Running parts over the weekend? Right on. Any parts I would be familiar with? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, test. The other cool thing was my dad's kind of getting into turning a little bit too. Slowly. But pretty fun. He's just doing some drilling, some different drilling for the diamond painting pins right now. I've coached him through making a fountain pen. And it's really weird because when you go back and you look at your process of making a fountain pen in the first place, it's one of those things that's like, well, why didn't I think of that before? It's like, it just makes sense. Why didn't I think of that before? And I think that's one of my favorite things is like the realization of it being the case. There we go. I still get excited about discovering different things or different ways to do stuff, and there's so many rabbit holes that you can go down, whether it's like using fountain pens or really yeah, fountain pens. I guess we'll leave it at that. Using fountain pens and other writing instruments to try out the different things that are available, and it's just fun. Oh, it was. There. Jill, did I ask you already? What size nib that you like? Some of those inks definitely don't lend themselves to be good for some inks and nib sizes combos. One of the I like really fine point pens or nibs, but it does not like shimmer ink, which is the other part of what I like. Okay. Oh, that's another question. Let's go back up and see. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Ah. I was looking back to see if you answered about if you played other games. There, I removed the key. That was for you, Brian. Well, the other stuff that I grabbed up over there was a bit easier once I get the camera over this way, actually. Alrighty. That, I'm gonna go for a ride here just a sec. That one I think is fine. Give it just a little bit. Maybe Diablo. I haven't played that. It resets a lot, from my understanding of it. I'm gonna switch this view just for a sec. There we go. That'll work. there's a new expansion coming out for WoW. Let's play. Hey, right on. Take care, Gerald. It was a pleasure hanging out with you, sir. Hope you have a wonderful day. Go. Yeah. See. Hop over here. Gotta adjust the image. Let's do that. There we go. Drop this down a little bit. Hold on. Put that down. Put this. Yep, that's pretty good. Alright, well, let's keep messing around with it. See what? Alright. That looks so right. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna crank these babies out and then see where we're at after that. Yeah, changing gears here. Okay. All right. Yeah, looks alright. Take this down and over a little bit. That's good enough. Hmm. Good. Good. Um, these holes are very tight. So I've got my little handy dandy drill bit with a handle to hold on to it. Helps open them up just a little bit. And really it's the same drill bit size, it's just a new one. And the other one is one that I keep handy for that very reason. Mm. All right, I'm gonna turn on Morty here. And we'll get these knocked out. Alright. Hey! Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna try this tool. Man, that's a chunky.
Two resins. Okay.
Yeah. This is the last one of the. And switch back over to the other things I got ripped up. Tool rest is tilted, which is throwing me off. It's straight, but when I lock it into place, it cams a little bit. So the right side is higher than the left side, which is frustrating. My vacuum's full. Nah. What about you, James? What are you up to? You working away as well? Hey, that's good. You working on well, what models are you working on? Hmm. Velma Christmas pins. That's nice. Uh-oh. Okay.
You'll need a thing for a feel for a fabric feel or something.
What?
So it's a fabric feel.
Maybe. Not a secret when you tell everybody. Just kidding. What?
Yeah.
Showtime, I reckon.
Yeah. Dinner will be ready whenever you get ready.
Okay. Grab some tequila. This one's me. Nick. This one is not grilled. What? What?
Nothing's everywhere.
What is the thing that you look up? This is what happened right now. It's so fragile that even the slightest whisper will break it. Oh, now, the other ones. So, what? The ruler. What? No, I was never expecting. What? You do? What? You turn it off? Right. Hmm. There is the tray. Oh. One of the drawbacks of using ones with foil in it. Here's some texture. Dinner and 30th. Dinner and 30th. Wonderful. Go on. How about that? Bye. Checking with you. Right. These sections are going to have like an hourglass profile. And the reason I keep coming back over here is so I can fix just the inside here, just to cut that recess so I don't have to do a gutter. Boom. Sweet. Cranked out those sections, no problemo. Well, I guess tomorrow we'll be working on the bodies and the caps. But yeah. Got some bastions in the works, marauders in the works, and a couple guardians. And then if you're interested, let's see, Bone Crusher. He's got some Velmas in the works. What's your wait list look like? Working hard on stuff. Boom, boom, boom. Let me switch this. There we go. Oh, let me. There we go. All right. That's better. That's better. Well, let's see. 5 hours and 15 minutes. Not bad, not bad. Been out here working on turning and stuff, so let's see, we turned some diamond painting pins, did some of the other drilled out some of the sections. Yeah, trimmed a lot of things down, talked about a lot of stuff, man. It's kind of crazy. You know, do a lot of different things. When it comes to streams, sometimes we do very little, but I talk about a lot of different things. How about that? Hey, nice. That's good. That's good. Pre-orders are open. Sweet. Good. You guys, that's good, man. That's good to hear. Yeah. It's taco day. Taco day indeed. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Enjoyed hanging out. I know at the very beginning, I guess about 20 minutes in or so, there's definitely a whirlwind of people. It was pretty exciting. It's good to see a lot of people coming back and stuff like that. So, I mean, that is kind of the goal with the whole thing, and trying to make the community or build up a community, and you know, just kind of share some knowledge, wisdom, accumulation of experiences and things like that. And if you are new to the channel, yeah, it's a pretty good group of people that like to hang out. And I mean, even throw the stream on in the background. Sometimes I'm pretty heads down, and I just keep working on stuff. But yeah, feel free to say hello and introduce yourself and all that stuff. But yeah, I appreciate you being here, and I hope you did have a wonderful Thanksgiving. And I will see you next time. James, take care, sir. And if anybody else, if I didn't mention your name, sorry. It's been pretty quiet the last couple hours or so. But yeah, hope you'll have a wonderful evening, and I'll see y'all next time.